Right. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Okay, let's get straight to it today. So we're still working on selecting grass blades. Trying to figure out a good way to do it, really. And I finished off last stream yesterday by using these handles. So when you actually mouse over the brush instance is all of the white grass, and there's another brush instance which is all of the green grass. When you mouse over them, you get these handles. So right now, yeah, you just select the handles basically, and that highlights the grass blade that you might want to select. I think that's probably the best way to do it. But I think what I'm going to do is, because this is obviously quite confusing where it's selecting multiple instances at the same time. Possibly say, if you have this white grass selected, then that is the one that gets highlighted, the one that's up here. So I think we're going to try and do that. So this is intersect content stamp grass content data. So this is the routine that runs to actually try and intersect the content. So that goes away. But what we want to do is we want to get from the content browser the actual highlighted brush, so or the focused brush. So we call it CB brush equals get content browser to get focused brush, and then we say if there's not CB brush, we return. We might actually want to do that earlier. Maybe there. Then we're going to say if CB brush ID is not equal to the brush ID, return result. That also needs to return result. So that means that the brush has to be focused in the content browser to run this routine. So this is it. Right now we can't select any, but if we go and we focus the white, there we go, we get the whites on. And then if we turn the actual stamp on, little handles go away. Okay. So what I also need to do, I think, possibly, is change when you highlight over the handle, which is this pink square, change the color of it. So we can do that with an input box. Actually. Yeah, maybe we should do all of these with an input box. No, I'd be fine. We can do it with an input box. No, we don't even need to. We'll just say, if it intersects, draw it yellow, else draw it pink. And I think that'll do. An input box is for maybe a little bit more sophisticated intersection. But this is straightforward, just box mouse intersection. There we go. And that's kind of obvious now what grass blade you're selecting. And perhaps not full alpha as well. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Full alpha is if it's selected, half alpha if it's just there. So then if we want to actually select the big green grass blades, we select it from the content brush first, content browser first. Awesome. Right. So now what do we need to do? I think we can select rigs. Yeah. Framed animation. We can't select that yet. So that's the next thing to do then. This is probably have to be a handle approach as well. Because that's going to be like, you can't, the framed animation might not be, like there's several frames where nothing is there. So you'll have to have a little handle. But I don't think because obviously with the grass, we needed to limit it because there's so many grass blades, so actually having the brush selected. But I don't think we really need to do that with framed animation. Alright, so we'll save that in. We'll check that in. And we will do stamping, intersect content stamping for framed animation content data. Put it here. So let's just check we get here. Because it's not brush, it's stamp. Check if we get here. There we go. So this instance should be framed animation. So all the framed animation is going to go through this routine now. So we need to get the position. So we do have instance position and instance origin. So let's just make a little rectangle to begin with of instance position. A little quad. Draw quad in world. Rect. Instance position. Draw it white. So we kind of, I think as well, want to draw this as maybe we have quad Z max. I don't really know. What Z? Let's just not do this for a second. I just remembered I need to actually put a proper Z in here. Get Z order. So if we do Z order get Z easy layer quad. I just don't want this to put behind. This is the Z order thing's more for UI. Don't want it to put it behind the grass. Because the grass is not UI, but the kind of little rectangles I would consider as UI. Yeah, I think it's totally good. By putting a proper Z order in, we can just, it helps the renderer batch things up. Oops. Which is kind of nice. Or did we even do the right thing there? No, we did not. Let's try that again in the right place. That actually was for stamping animated rig content data. So that actually is testing for the animated rig 1. We'll just check that now. It is difficult to say if that's right or not. It is appearing behind the outline, the rectangle. Let's go back up to where we were stamping grass content data. So this is Z order get Z easy layer quad. Probably just that is the Z value. Z. See if we can actually get away with doing that. Otherwise, we can just send them all to int max. It just means it will appear over the top of other things that we might actually want. We might eventually want to draw something in front of the little rectangles. You can see there the handles appearing behind some grass. Okay. I don't think that's going to work then. So let's do quad Z max. Do it there and here as well. Yeah, and quad Z max is just like, this is the maximum Z we want any quad to be drawn in the entire engine. But it does allow us to draw things in front of it, which int max does not. I think that's fine. I think that's working all right. All right, cool. So back to this. This is quad Z max as well. So in theory, okay, it's drawing it right in the middle, which I don't think is what we want. We should check where the origin is for that. It's right in the middle. That is where we want it then. Change the origin to there. Which won't affect this, unfortunately, because we don't actually propagate the change of origin. But it will if we put a new one in. So the handle goes there. Okay. So let's just delete. Did we save that? Did that save? I guess not. All right, let's just delete this one because it's got the wrong origin. Rerun that. Add one in with a proper origin. Um, check that actually saved. That should go to 5. Yeah. It's just not saved it before. Alright, so we basically just want to check if we can hover over this rectangle. So we want to get the mouse position. Yeah, let's actually just get cursor position in world. If not mouse P, return result. Then we can go about getting the bounds. So we have to say bounds intersect mouse. We'll draw it at 0.5 and then it just goes to white. And what we might want to actually do is draw, when it's intersecting, draw a rectangle around the entire framed animation. How do we do that? We need to get the brush bounds. Brush ID. So if you have the brush bounds, then we're going to do auto quad bounds equals brush bounds dot translate instance position minus instance origin, I think. Maybe brush origin. No, yeah, instance origin it would be. And then we'll do canvas draw quad outline. Quad bounds. And draw 1 pixel outline of white. Quad Z max. Didn't work. Didn't work. What's going on there? Not inflating it by anything. That's why. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, that is it. I mean, it's a massive bounds, but I don't know if you can see. I can do the cool magnifier trick. There's like sparks shooting out of it that are included in the animation. So that is the bounds of the animation. Awesome. That's all I really want to do for framed animation selection. Kind of much more simple than the grass was. Cloth now. So if I put some cloth in, how do I want to select this? Probably just mouse over, like these. Cloth isn't going to be going so crazy you can't select it. That's kind of not working as well. We're inflating it 2 times. So I think cloth is going to be a mouse over, which means we need to kind of draw an outline of the cloth. You know, in theory, we could draw an outline of this sprite the framed animation as well. In theory. Try that. Or it might actually automatically happen. We're not actually registering that it's intersected. We need to do that. Probably do this here. I wonder if it will draw an outline. Framed animations are not really anything different other than normal sprites. It just draws a different texture all the time. Man, every morning, like this time, the guy with the loudest bike on earth goes past. Whoa, look at that. It actually looks pretty cool. That's like a cool effect in general, that, whatever that is. That's it outlining every single particle that's involved in that explosion. Anyway. Should maybe be yellow as well, because the outline is yellow. So we'll do... 0.5. Like that. There and there. Don't actually need that. This one. This purple, it's all yellow. Mental, that, innit? Alright, cool. Cloth then. I'm not entirely sure. If cloth has a special render path. Probably does. Which will need an outline shader. So I think the way to do this would be to just immediately add it in. As intersecting. We need the cloth bounds as well. Which is to basically the brush bounds. I think that's the bounds. So we'll get the brush out. And that would just be the bounds. We may as well just actually draw this. Make sure it's correct. We won't do that yet. So it's the bounds is kind of right. It doesn't take into account the actual swaying around of the cloth. Do we want to do that? Probably do. Do we want to do that? Give it a go. So we need to get the instance data out to do that. Just cloth content data, which should have in it the mesh. Yeah, the mesh, which has in it the vertices. It has a bounds as well. Let's try that first. So we're going to say the bounds is actually the data mesh.bounds, right? See if that's actually the animated bounds. It is. It's not actually in the right place. Just have to translate it by the instance position, maybe. It's either the instance position or we have to take off the origin. Yeah, I think we have to take off the origin. Minus instance.origin. There we go. So we'll use this bounds to actually determine if the thing's highlighted or not. Or do we actually want to do some kind of... Do you actually highlight if it's in the mesh? That might be quite difficult because I have a routine which does convex points, but this is not always convex. Like this isn't a convex edge, which means the routine won't work. What would the routine be? We'd have to get every single triangle and test if the mouse is in that triangle, which we could do. We could do that. So we say, let's get the mouse position. So if we're actually intersecting this bounds, telesense is really failing me here. Then we'll draw that. We'll draw it there, and then. But what we actually really want to do is go through the mesh. So we want verts is data mesh vertices. It says intersects is not a member of rect base float. Surely is. It is intersect. It's not intersects. So I think what we really have to do is translate the mouse, really. Auto test P equals mouse P minus that. So we're doing a lot of testing. So it's minus plus. And then we don't actually need to do that. We can just test it with the test P. Just check that actually still works, that maths. Yeah, still works. It's drawing it in the wrong place, but that's all right. The test is still working. Put it back. There. Okay, so the test is working. We're actually doing the test in a local space to the cloth, which is good because we're about to test a bunch of triangles now. Mesh have indices. Indices. That's the wrong spelling. Indices. Ooh, I wonder if this is. Oh, I spelt it right there. Hopefully, spelt it right there. Go all the way back. There we go. So now I just basically need to get a bunch of triangles. So for size T, V equals 0. V is less than ins. V plus equals 3. And now we can get our triangle. So auto P0 is the vec2 of verts V plus 0. Our verts cloth vertex E. We basically just want a bunch of these. Want 3 of them. So that's a triangle. So we need to go if geometry intersect. You have point with triangle. Point with convex points will probably work. Point in convex points. Point with or rect. Point in convex points. Maybe I should actually rewrite one that does point and triangle. I don't think I have point and triangle. Okay, so what is point triangle intersection? It's quite a little bit more complicated than I thought it would be. We have a barycentric test somewhere. Compute barycentric weights. Maybe we try that. Must sum to 1. All weights must be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, so we can compute barycentric weights here. There's 2. Oh no, there's not 2, there's just so that's for 4. P, A, B, and C. So this is the point in the triangle, I believe, and this is the triangle. Check if a point is a triangle, use barycentric coordinates or a cross product. So that is the point. That is the point we're intersecting. Ah, yeah. Okay. Right. So we want point with triangle. E. And then, so we basically want 3 more of these. That. Then we've got A, B, and C. Make up the triangle. Can't type. So we want compute barycentric weights P, A, B, C, and then we want U, V, W. UVW. And what is this condition? Sum constraint. The weights must sum to 1. All the weights must be non-negative. So if you... So this might be worth it to do this. If U is less than or equal, is less than 0, or V is less than 0, or W is less than 0, return false. And the sum must be about 1. U plus V plus W. I don't think we can say it's exactly 1. So -1. So if fabs f sum is less than or equal to 0.01, 0.01 or something. Return false. If it's greater than 0.01, return false. Else return true. Apparently that's what it is. I just have to get this right. So for some reason they're not passed in as const. Totally should be. Cannot result in a constant expression, it says. Who's forcing it? Who's forcing it to do that? Okay, that's fine. I liked that. So if Google is right, that is right. Unless I've done something wrong. So we got point with triangle. So this point is test P. P0, P1, P2. So if we intersect, awesome, we break. This should be this should actually test collision against the actual mesh then. Oh. V is less than ins. Oh, this is I really. So we're just going out of bounds of the array there for some reason. Oh no, I'm doing it wrong here. It's ins. Ooh. I. That's what it is. Oh, that's pretty good to me. So the cloth should blow into the mouse. Cool. All right, that works. What is this compute barymetrics thing doing? It's not that slow. Okay. So we have our intersection point now. We do need to do this. The area of intersection is this. Just call it cloth bounds. World bounds or something. The Z for it. I think that's it. I think that's fine. Is that fine? When we're actually rendering the cloth, are we computing the Z to be? Instant position, instance origin. Okay. So the Z, so this is instance position minus instance origin. It's actually this. I think we judge the Z location from its origin. Where that little origin square is. So in the case of the cloth, where is the origin? It's kind of in the way of. Pretty short. Where is the origin? The origin's where the mouse is. Interesting, I can't change the origin because there's a actual vertex in the way. We'll solve that when there's a problem. There we go. That's it. Don't really think we need that box. Interesting, like selecting it like stimulates the mesh, the cloth to move. Does it? No, I don't think so. It might do. That's weird. Maybe there's code in that, so I could just test the cloths out by putting the mouse over, then I'm not sure. I think that is everything. That I know I've got sounds to do. It's not everything. Sound. So when we actually want to play sounds, we want to paint sounds. I've never actually implemented painting sounds before. Should be interesting. Paint sounds into the level. Right. Awesome. Have a 2-minute break and then we'll get on with that. I'll make more coffee. Back in 2 minutes. Okie sound. So we can't even paint sound in yet. Oh, we can't even place sound in at all. There's like a weird Wow, it's crazy as well when you like zoom in. It does some filtering on it. I don't actually want that. Sorry, I'm not used to Windows 11. This is my second day of using Windows 11. I don't want to do any filtering. How do I sort that out then? Magnifier. No, that's Streamlabs. Picked up the wrong thing there. Yeah, I want that to be off. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, that's working all right. Yeah, so sometimes the names obviously get clipped, don't get clipped. Need to fix that. But that's for a different day. We're going to go back and like work on this content browser more. So that is it. What does this look like? Literally nothing. There's no preview. Okay, and that's where we need to work then. So we need a preview. Sprite sheet content painter. It's not from the sprite sheet though. It's just a content painter. For animated rig content 2. Or sound, which we don't have. So we're just going to make something called sound content. We already have it, so I'll have to make it 2. The other ones, the 1 versions, are going to get deleted eventually. And then we'll change these to just be sound content and animated rig content. But I don't want to break anything yet. Yeah, we'll leave that blank for now. Don't really know what, if anything, we'll need. We probably will need stuff. This is where we're going to put the properties for the how we want to paint things. So like an animated rig content, it might be like we want to select a certain skin. Or for sound, I don't know, mono or stereo, but that'll come. So we just need to do these reflections. There's actually nothing in it, just like animated rig content at the moment. So we don't actually need to do that. And we'll just say this is also trivially serializable. And now I can put one of these in here. So now what that means is this is a new asset type and we can start writing stuff for it. So there should be some compile errors which tell me where I need to write things. So we don't have a painter for sound yet, which is content painter. We need. So we'll copy the one for animated rigs. We will if zero this out for now and just return opt_ref content brush instance. This is the thing that gets called when we actually make an instance of the brush. So that's the thing that gets painted onto the level. This is the thing that does the preview. So I think the preview is just basically the same as, well, we just want to paint like a little speaker, really. So it's get texture, get data path. Is it get data path? Data path's probably got the sound. I honestly don't know. Let's just get rid of them. See what it is. Okay, yeah, this is for sound content too. Okay, so we also need an instance renderer, a content brush instance renderer for it. Don't know at all what that's going to do yet. Right. So the instance render is the thing that renders the thing on the level. So there we go. So the brush, we have a source file, we have a data path. What is the data path for this? It's the actual sound itself. So we kind of just want to draw the thumbnail, I think. Yeah, I think that's all we want to do. So we actually want to get the thumbnail path. We'll get the thumbnail. I just want to do canvas, draw texture, in world, the texture, and then P and Z. Now, I don't know if Z wants to be possibly over the top of everything. Probably does, because sound has no concept of depth. You can't render sounds at different depths in this. It's just 2D. There it is. Okay, so the origin's wrong. It needs to be from the center of the screen. And do we have Z texture Z? What's quad Z max? We have texture Z max, image Z max, image 1 Z max, or image 0 Z max. So that's minus brush origin. We want the origin to be. Probably set at 0 for now. No, it's set at the top right corner of the image for some reason. So when we're actually doing the content brush generator stuff, the sound that's 60 pixels. That seems wrong then. Weird. I think that is 60 pixels in world space. Where are we? .875 brush position. Ah. That's where the mouse is. So I think it is origin over 2. The mouse is in this the center of the image in theory. I don't know. I'll check. That's it. It feels like it needs to be kind of nudged up a bit as well. I need to actually open this in Photoshop, which I don't have. I don't have Photoshop on this computer at the moment. This little picture. I think it is a PSD. It seems kind of a bit too high. Don't know. We'll leave it like that for now anyway though. Okay, that's basically it. That's the preview. The paint. We need some data. So we want sound content data. What does that have in it? The brush ID. We'll just call it the same pattern. Sound brush ID. I think that's it. I think that's all it needs. Then we want sound. So we want eNumPair, eContent data type sound, sound content data. Okay, let's build this and see if it produces any compile errors of code we need to implement. Don't think so. Cool. So where were we? We were painting it on. So this is sound content data. That's sound brush ID. Sounds apparently have lighting, which is a bit weird. Okay, so we don't need the rig. There's no such thing as rig. Right, so now we need a renderer for this sound content data thing. Which is basically the same. Auto data, cc get, what is it? Instance, get data, sound content data. Don't have it, return. If we do have it, we need to get the brush. Data, sound brush ID. There's no brush, we'll return. So now I have a thing to draw. We need a texture. CC get texture. Brush. Get thumbnail, wasn't it? There's no texture. Return. And then we just want the position. Auto p equals instance position. New canvas. Draw texture in world. Texture position. Image 1 Zmax or image 0. So I think image 1 for the preview and image 1 for this, image 0 for the preview, and then the preview will be drawn over the top. All right, cool. I already have the brush up. Even better. We don't even need to get data either. I might go in the wrong place. Or not at all. Let's save that and see if we actually did get some sound content there. Bottom of this file. No. So we didn't stamp it properly. Oh, because it's if zeroed out, look. That'll be it. Okay, so it stamped it in the wrong place. Oh, it's probably stamped it in the right place, but it's rendering it in the wrong place. Probably minus instance origin. Oh. Minus instance origin over 2. That's weird, that. We're having to do it. Just double check the calculations there. That's it. We are rendering the preview behind, which I don't think we should do. So that needs to be 0. And the actual where we're stamping it, we're previewing it. Oh, they're both 1. So what is it? 0 is in front. So that's 0. That's 1. We are doing origin over 2 for both of them. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do this. And then when we actually make the brush, this has to be over 2 for some reason. So 120 divided by 32 divided by 2. So it needs to be that really, not 0.9375. That isn't 60 pixels though in world space. That's 30 pixels in world space. Don't know. I want the origin to be in the middle, which would be 60-60. Okay, so now the preview is wrong. I need to probably remake the brush actually. I actually need a little routine to make the brushes from the IDE rather than having to delete them. Oh, look, we didn't get that grass either. Interesting. This first set of grass is not getting rendered. Yeah, it didn't generate the brush ID for it. Didn't generate the brush for the grass. Or it probably did, but it might have given it a different ID, which is not what we want. I want something. I want to be able to see the TGA files. I need to put Photoshop on this computer. Okay. So why are we not generating the grass brush? What is the raw file for it? Well, it comes from grasses.spritesheet, doesn't it? I think. So let's, if we comment this line out, we regenerate the brushes every single time we run the game. That's the light. Grass brushes. 2 sprite sheets. The path is not set. It's not anything. It's so it only loaded in one of them. By the looks of it. Okay. I wonder if it's to do with this have a bounds in it now. So it's the long tail, it didn't load. Okay. Let's see why. Sprite sheets. 2 of them. First one it could construct. So what's the in string? It went all the way through the... There's nothing in the layout. Okay, so it consumed it all, basically. Ooh, how do I ban someone now? Awesome. Okay. Oh, I missed it. Rubbish. Try again. Grass brushes. So we get count. So let's just look what L is. I do believe we can just do this and this stays on top, right? Ah, yeah. Sprite type, width, height, lighting, generation hash, position, tiles. So we got content, which is all the grass. It's because there's meant to be bounds there after density. Can fix that up easily. So bounds X, Y, width, height, I believe. That's what our rectangle is. Yeah. Okay, so now let's try and load it again. There we go. What was I working on? Oh yeah, stamping and sounds. Okay. That works. And there's no depth, so I can't go behind the barrels. Sounds don't have depth, not in this game. They just have X and Y locations. Okay, so that is it. That's painting on the sound. So now I want to select the sound, or at least highlight it for selection. We haven't done the actual what happens if we select anything yet. So let's just paint one on. Down there. Save it. See if we can actually reload it. Okay, so what happens when we want to actually mouse over a sound? That is the intersect content for sound. So that actually didn't come in as an error. Is that what we actually want? Probably not. I mean, we probably, so if we do wherever we're actually setting it, we're doing this is complete check, which is like, if there is an intersector, run this code. We actually always want to run this code to force a compile time error, which says you got to implement this code. And what that means, because that error's not very nice, is we should actually implement this with a static assert on it. Oops. And we can just say the function was not implemented. What we actually... Oh, that's draw intersection candidate. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. We want intersect content. Intersect content. Here it needs to be. Should get a little bit of a bare compiler. There we go. So now it just says like intersect content not implemented for sound data. Sound content data. So which we need to implement. So stamp and brush are actually going to be different. We'll actually be able to brush sounds in, hopefully. So this is sound content data. So we actually do need to put the brush one in as well. We'll just whatever. It's not implemented yet. And brushing animated rig content data. Intersecting brushed animated rig content data. So this is actually is fine for both modes. Brushing and stamping. Tree simulation is probably the same. Oh, we actually haven't implemented tree simulation yet. Okay. May as well just stick that in as a to-do. Framed animation content data. That's actually both, isn't it? Cloth is also both. Sprite window content data, intersect content. That's a to-do, I think. Okay. This is a to-do. Animated rig, we've done this though. No, it's sprite window content. We haven't done that one. Sorry, I get mixed up there. And then painting normal sprite content data. That is probably just both. Okay. So, intersect content for sound. What we were working on. This one. It's basically, I believe, just the intersect content for normal sprite content data. So it's a return intersect content stamp for normal sprite content data. I believe that it's the same routine. It's just a sprite, really. What is it? What is it? Normal sprite content data here. Instance, game board editor, canvas. Oh, it's the operator. It's not the constructor. Okay, so if we can intersect, then we'll move on to brush in sound, which I don't really know how I'm going to do. Don't really know how that's going to work. That is weird, isn't it? So maybe that's a problem. Maybe that is why the origin was wrong, because the actual thing is right in the bottom left corner, the actual piece of art. But then the thumbnail there is like slap bang in the middle. Yeah, it's confusing. I need to fix this. I need to sort this out. Okay. So the sound one. Get that. Remove that. And that goes back to 6. I'll just delete the sound out. And then we actually do the brush generation stuff. This is right, wherever it was. 1875. Audio icon small. How big is that? We're not going to know because I need Photoshop. Where is it? Editor. We don't know. Let's get Photoshop. Let's just do it. Just sign into it. Right, I'm in. What do I need to do? I need to just download Photoshop. Okay, that's installing. I bet this is not 120 pixel image. I bet that's what it is. Which we need to fix. But yeah, that would work otherwise. That would probably work otherwise. Well, I didn't see an outline. I reckon it's like half the size. There definitely isn't. Well, there's like a square outline. Okay, so it does have collision data in it. Draw intersection candidate. The candidate are the first. So we should have draw intersection candidate for sound. That's what that is. So we should probably actually remove these complete from this as well. So do we have Photoshop now? Not yet. It takes like a few minutes, and then all it's done is installed the blooming Creative Cloud desktop thing. It hasn't even started installing, even though I clicked download Photoshop. Photoshop's pretty bad, really. Alright, okay. Yeah, we'll let that get on with it. So do we need a draw candidate for each of them? Draw intersection candidate. No, because we have a fallback, don't we? She meant to just draw the outline. What am I doing? So we do this. And then we come all the way down to here. The instance is the sound data. Because we're not doing the Z bias or Z thing. Auto Z is equal to Z bias of Z is Z or that. And that is the Z or the Z if you're English. Okay. There we go. We get the outline anyway. We don't. It's not in the middle. That is because Photoshop We need to open Photoshop and change this actual texture. But actually this, really, this, maybe we change it here. So we'll just do something like effect 2, image width height. We want to do width is equal to the image get width. Image width height dot height is equal to the image get height. Do we have pixels per world unit here? And this is actually image width height divided by 2 times get pixels per world unit. Like that. So actually might not be 120. Don't have to lock it to be 120 either. All right. We'll just leave it as that. Let's try that again then. Can't highlight it at all now. That's probably because it's duff there, and now I've just done that. No, can't highlight it at all. So that is obviously being drawn in the wrong place now. Oh, look. No, no, no. It's a divide as well. This is world space. That again then. Okay, so it's just not working. Okay, we need to actually delete the brushes. Where are we? Assets, compile, brushes. There we go. Awesome. Okay, that's working now. That's great. So what I'm going to do is on the inset content stuff, or might take out some of these borders. Try that. Right, cool. So I think that's it for that. Painting images on. Stamping images on. We haven't actually done painting them yet. Oh look, can't select it now. That's weird. Oh, I know what's going on here. Let's just not check, because it does exist. We do always want to load it, but I always want to load it like this. We do always want to load it to get the width and height out of it. Couldn't plumbing install it. Oh, maybe it is working. Alright, we have Photoshop now. Awesome. Just check then. There we go. There we go, awesome. Now I can just basically, this all works now. I think. It's amazing that it's like, I now have a very fast processor, but it still takes like 5 seconds for Photoshop to open on it. Okay. So that's it for stamping sound. By just like stamping them around. What happens if we want to paint sound on? Like down a region, like it might be a river or something. Or is that just too much? Might be a bit too... That's like a brand new system that's not even in the... engine. Maybe we don't do painting sound yet. What trees? I need to actually do selecting trees. I can do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright, I'll have a 2-minute break. Then we'll put that in. I have to think about painting sound in. I'm not entirely sure how I want it to work. Like it could be... I'll have a 2-minute break in a sec. So let's just use floor as an example. So we can paint flooring. It's just to do with how I want the volume to fall off. You know? Like I want to paint the source of the sound, but then I need a separate like fall off zone. It's just how you get the zone. I don't know. Anyway, 2-minute break. Okay, so highlighting trees. Intersect content for tree simulation. This one. Yeah, the brushing sounds. I definitely want to be able to do it. I just don't exactly know how I want to do it yet. Ooh, give me a sec. Second. Okay. All right. So intersecting trees. Possibly a handle. Possibly a handle, you know. Because it's so like... It's so like, you know... The alpha is all over the place. So we maybe do a handle, do it a bit like grass, where it's a handle and a highlight, where it tints it for trees. I need to make it so if you click off it deselects the deselects it. Yeah. We'll do a handle and a highlight. Okay. So trees are quite expensive to render. So I don't think I would want to. So in the grass, we have draw intersection candidate here for grass. Where we actually just redraw the grass blade. I think what I actually want to do here, have one of these for the tree, but I don't want to redraw the tree that's tinted. What I want to do is just set a tint on the tree, on the actual instance. Okay. So the intersection is going to be handle based, just like framed animation. So we'll copy that. Let's try that. There we go. Well, that kind of immediately just works. I usually leave it like that. I thought I was going to have to tint it, but there's one up here. That's weird. All right, cool. So there's a thing about selection layer as well. Where I think we do want to limit. So when we're doing inset content, we want to limit it to just the layer that we're on. We'll probably do that not in the inset content code. We'll do that just before. So it's here really. Continue that. And I'm not kind of happy calling these brushes because they're instances. It's not really the best name. Oh, I love how it just takes focus away from the window when it stops building. Why does it do that? Is Root Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome back, hope you're alright. Pretty good, nice one. It's using a lot of autos. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Do you find that's better? It's fine, I think, if you've got an IDE that'll tell you the type. Yeah, it's fine if you've got an IDE that'll tell you the type. Otherwise, it might be a bit confusing. Like, I can just hover my... In theory. IntelliSense seems to be kind of not working at the moment. Maybe when I get the compilers out of the way, you can just hover your mouse over and it will just tell you what type it is. Okay, so this is instance. Sometimes you have to use auto. Like here I have to use auto. But like here I don't have to use auto. And sometimes obviously the type is so complicated that you just don't want to type it out. That's I think that's one of the reasons why it exists, to be fair. Types can just get really, really long. But you know, if the templates of templates of templates and all that, it's just insane. All right. Okay, there's even more compilers. Okay, there we go. Alright, nice one. Yeah, like using like this, for instance, might give a really weird type. So if I did like auto views instances where brush ID what is that type? IntelliSense is just not working, unfortunately, at the moment. This would be a really weird type anyway, because it's like a view of an array. Yeah. Working on XOR, function pointer jump table called XORB. Alright, cool. That's awesome. Want to see? Well, yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, send me a link. I've been just working on selecting things or like highlighting things in the editor. So all these things can get highlighted now. Highlight the cloth, normal sprite, the dude, the sound, tree. This is a cool effect. That looks really cool. And then if you want to actually highlight individual blades of grass, I've made it so you need to select the grass blade you want to highlight. Then you get all these little handles. That's if you want to do really, really intricate moving of blades of grass for any reason. I'm not sure why. Let's have a look. Ah, okay. To invoke a function by its index in the table. And that works, does it? Just to get it back. That's clever if that works. What does XOR do? In this circumstance. Clever. And then do it. That's clever. Looks good, that. Yeah, it works. Runtime in the debugger. Yeah, nice one. That's really good. Fu Manchu, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. I was thinking about like trying to write something to paint sound into the level. Trying to figure out what that would look like. Undecided. Just about to start, late start. Yeah. Yeah. It's alright though, I hope you got a bit of a lie in. Yeah, like painting sound. What would that look like? Like, say this is a river, and you wanted to paint a river sound all the way along the river. It's like gonna be a line, and then a distance to the line. Isn't it? Yeah, I did the school run, back to bed for 2 hours. Oh yeah, nice. That sounds awesome. I often think about doing that, you know. Sounds awesome. Yeah, painting sound. I don't really know. it would be a line, just a curve that you would draw out. And then the curve would have to generate basically a big mesh. Obviously the actual sound calculation would just be like, how far are you away from the curve? That would be how loud the inverse of that would be how loud it was. But the actual showing it up in the editor would have to like generate some kind of mesh based on the curve. Probably do need to think about that. There are other things to get on with, you know. Okay. So let's, in this file, let's have a look at the to-do stuff. Brush sound content data, that's what I was just talking about. I don't know yet. Get rid of that. There's nothing else. What about in here? Move to content cache. Board alpha mask. Okay, well that's going to disappear eventually. That's good. Okay, so we're at the point now where we can actually, I think, highlight everything we can paint into the level. Now we want to be able to select it. Got cables tangled. So focus content. Set focused content. Oh, kind of. We do have this whole thing to do with prefabs, you know. That's going to have to come much later because you have to be able to save. You have to make brushes out of prefabs. We could do that now. Possibly. So the idea is that this thing that I'm actually got here when it loads. Is a .prefab file. Which means in theory, this gets turned into a brush. So when I open it, it will appear here as a brush and I can select it and paint all of these on at once. That's weird. What's this? Oh, this is a new window. I'm like, this is day 2 of me using Windows 11. So I'm just discovering all these things. How did I get to that? This is over the maximize. How do you want it to maximize? Whoa, look at that. Cool. Alright. Maybe we do that then. Maybe we actually try and make this prefab a brush. So it's an editor asset types content brush generator. Else if it's .prefab. Really? Here, content brush generation. We do X to add a .prefab in. Which means that this will start getting .prefab files. And this function's pretty massive. as well. So the content brush generator is obviously what turns things into a brush. We need to do this for prefab. So where are we? Where are we? Test.prefab. Okay, so how do I load the prefab from the file? I think it's just game board content. It's not game. It is game board content. So we just do prefab. If read type from text file path prefab. Does this work? Why is it going back and forward like that? Because it's recursive. It's recursive. So the game board reading this causes this to happen for some reason. So we're probably getting... Oh, why is that causing this to happen? Right. Okay. Hey, how's it going? You alright? Good, thank you, yeah. This is being called from here. And then it's coming along. And it's trying to generate a prefab. And this obviously uses stuff from the content cache. This doesn't seem to be working either. I don't think. Oh, I think it is. Yeah, it is. We're in default layout reader, text serialization. We shouldn't be in there. Okay, we're going to read game board content. 2-string. So we want to get rid of 2-string as well. It's going to happen loads. That was fine. Or is it when it's loading the, it might be when it's loading the animated rig, you know. Now that I've seen this. And the framed animation. So I'm copying it back out. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay. We need to stop this recursion happening. So it's getting a brush, even though we haven't got it. Well, it is in the content cache. That's the thing. So I'm wondering if this possibly needs to be an initialize. Actually, in the container. But check, I need to exactly know where this is. Editor assets. Hey, Bopples, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Don't know C++. Started Python last week. Nice one. Yeah, Python's great. How are you finding it? So that just makes a bunch of containers. That's what's happening there. So let's just do this. Maybe that. Initialized, probably. No, we'll do initializing. And then we'll just say initializing is false. Just want to try and stop this recursion happening. I still need a lot to learn. Still a lot to learn. Remember, started making Space Invaders. Oh, brilliant! Yeah, and I have a good bit of it made. Still some problems it needs to fix. That's really cool. Yeah, man. Number one thing I think about coding is you should be enjoying yourself. Make sure you learn a lower level language at some point. Yeah, I mean, do Python to death. Then if you want more, you can go a bit lower, can't you? Sounds great though. I hope you have fun with it. This is not even going to work, is it? This is not going to work. Thank you. It's just totally not going to work. How is this going to work then? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We can only make the prefab brushes when the thing is initialized. Well, actually, we have a little thing which is like load at startup. Content brush generator, content brush. Let's just see. Don't know why it's showing me that. Weirdly. Don't think it knows what to do with it, that's why. Yeah, so this does need a separate initialize, that's what needs to happen. The point is that not knowing how the computer works helps in the long run. Knowing how the computer works helps in the long run. Highlighting like Python makes some stuff like magic, yeah. Not sure what my goals are once I've improved. Quite because I'm bored. Yeah, well, you'll never be bored if you get into programming, that's for sure. It's really cool, it's really awesome. It's like endless source of learning, endless source of creation. If you really like, you have a creative mind, I think it's great for that. You want to make things, you know. Yeah, I suppose it goes right now. I'll just see if you enjoy it. Just see if you enjoy it. See if it itches that part in your brain, you know. You'll naturally feel like you want to get something else. Like you'll be like, right, I think I know Python. How does this work? And that might lead you to something like C, like Fu Manchu says. Do I Ben just coding for fun? Yeah, just code for fun. Exactly. In jail in no time. Yeah, I mean, it makes you very, very good at computers. That's for sure. Okay, this needs an initialize. It can't actually do it in the constructor. Really. Let's see how this goes. Does that even build? There we go, it does. Which means when we're doing wherever this new is, here, we do the instance, and then we have to go through each container. It's not const though. Yeah, C++ is very different to Python, that's what I would say. Python is great for beginners. It is, I would say. The thing is, it's great for beginners, but it's also quite different from other programming languages as well, which is also one of the reasons what makes it great for beginners. I don't think beginners get scared off as much by all of the syntax. Like this is, you know, for a beginner would be like quite scary. But Python's syntactically straightforward, you know. X.initialize. Instance containers. I just think we have to make the instance before we start initializing, because initialize sometimes calls back into here and we need the instance there. I've been using VS Code along with some other extensions to learn. Right, yeah, cool. So far I made 3 games. Equation game, guess number game, Space Invaders. And only written 400 lines. Yeah, that's why Python's awesome, isn't it? You know? To make Space Invaders in C++ would be maybe like multiple thousand lines, maybe like 4,000 lines or something, 4,000 lines of code. Without using any libraries, that is. You could obviously get some libraries and do it in less. Don't frighten you. Yeah, build up to it though, don't worry about it. Just, you know, it's a personal journey. Don't compare yourself to anybody else, just compare yourself to yourself. How were you last month and how are you now? And am I going forward, you know? Old wise pen. Yeah. I am a wizard on the inside. I'm a wizard if I can get this to not recurse. Do a recursive call. Yes. Awesome. So the prefab is loaded with all my brush instances in there. Brill. I'm a wizard, Benny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what I'm trying to do now is hopefully this doesn't cause any crashes. So this is my level editor and this is my content browser, which is pretty basic at the moment. I'm going to spend some time making this better. You've got all these brushes, and these brushes come in from sprite sheets, which come from Photoshop or your favorite art package, and you like divide them into tiles, and that makes them brushes. And then you can like select a brush, go to your level, and like paint them in. But this is a .prefab level, and the idea behind this is this whole thing becomes a brush. So I'll be able to, it'll appear here in a thumbnail, and I'll be able to click it and then paint everything at once. Obviously it doesn't make a lot of sense with all this stuff I have now, but say you had like barrels and it had like collision on it, and then it had maybe like some particle effects on the top or something, maybe they're like smouldering or something, and then you would save that as the prefab and it would become the brush, and then you'd be able to brush them barrels all over the place. So that's where I am, which does kind of work. This is like the second attempt at doing this content browser thing. It does work in the first one, but I'm making it a lot better doing it a second time. It's a lot better. The curly brackets seem common in your coding so far. I feel like they use normal brackets instead. Yeah. They actually call it like curly brace programming languages, I think. So Python is not a curly braced programming language. It does it with white space instead. So you would do something like function, you'd do like a colon operator, and then it would, it's already done it for me there, but it would put a tab to say that this is inside the function. That's the way Python does it, and it's the way actually that my data format is as well. Don't always have a colon though, but it's done by white space. Whereas curly brace programming language, white space doesn't matter. It's done with braces instead. So this is what's inside the else if. What that means is that if I want, I can put it all on one line and it's the same. It would still compile, still execute exactly the same, which is not the case for Python. It requires that you have a new line and then a tab for it to even work. So it's more rigid in Python, but again, that's better for new programmers, I think. I would say. All right, okay, sorry. I'm back. Yeah, so what I was saying was that Python has the white space, so like function colon, and then you're tabbing to say this is inside the function, or like if or something. I think it's capital if. Whereas curly based programming languages, the white space doesn't matter. This could in theory be all on one line, and it would still be exactly the same as. So it's up to the programmer to define their own style of how they like things laid out. Whereas in Python, it's a lot more rigid. So, which is better for beginners, I think. A bit more rigidity if you're a beginner is good, because then you just, it's less to take in. But most programming languages aren't like that. Most programming languages do the curly brace thing. But it's just a way of defining scope, Like this applies this else if, and then we do this code because it's in the braces. Whereas Python, it's to do with the tabs, isn't it? If hello. Don't think it even has semicolons, do you, in Python? Elif, is it? I can't remember. Or else, or whatever. You'll find that quite a lot of programmers will use both. They'll have like, the main thing they're writing will be in like C++, and then they'll have a Python terminal as well, which they will use to like help them generate data and things for the main program. Lazy Ben Games, that's me. Hey, how's it going? Sucellos music. Welcome. It's going. Sucellos, hey, nice one. It's going. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, now I have this prefab loaded. I can use it to generate a brush somehow. Don't know how yet. So we've got this thing called generate brush thumbnail. That's what I want to try and generate. For an image. That's for an image. I want one for a prefab. Which uses the renderer. So here's the thing. I need to like render out the prefab. Is the music playing Terraria? It feels like Terraria. It's no, it's just some royalty-free lo-fi beats. From Free Lo-Fi, where is it? Hang on. Free Lo-Fi Beats, upbeat.io. It seems to be pretty good with Twitch. It doesn't actually... Twitch, I think, I've found that Twitch is like copyrighted music detector is very, very sensitive and almost always wrong. But this seems alright. It seems to be good so far. Yeah, so the goal is, so this is the prefab, and the goal is to make it into one, like I need to make a thumbnail for it. Which means it needs to pass through the render and get rendered to memory, and then saved to disk essentially as an image. Which is what I've already done. I've already done it with, like, this is the same. I think, no, this is a framed animation. So this is just a series of images. This has been through the renderer because it's been lit. And this has been through the renderer because it's been rigged. It's been animated, like the rig's been set up and stuff, and that actually happens in the renderer. So I've done this before. It's quite complicated. And the tree as well, actually. I don't think we need to do what the tree does, because the tree actually builds like a physics simulation thing. Computers decided to go haywire. I think it's mostly gonna be like framed animation or animated rig. So I'm just gonna copy this. But we'll do it for game board content instead. So this will only accept certain types in game board content. It's not one of them. Asset types. Yeah, maybe we do have a game board content asset type as well. So it'd be .prefab, and there's another one, .room as well. Well, a room is not game board content though. Can't put a room on the game board. The room is the game board. The prefab you can though. What have I done wrong? Need a comma there. All right. So game board content needs some stuff now. Needs construct one. And this just basically tells the engine how to make one of these game board content files. We'll do it here. So we'll just copy the sound one for a sec. This is game board content. And all it is read from file. Read type, sorry, from text file. The path and the result is just being new like that. If that works, does game board content have an ID? It does, so we just return the ID. Actually, we'll say result is #64 of the path. Is that right? Nah. It's mostly #64 of the path. Depends how we want to do it. We could actually do the board content ID or the path. We'll do the path for now. Okay. So in generate thumbnail now for game board content, this compiles okay now, I think. So we need to do auto prefab equals cc get game board content brush dot get data path. It's not even being called yet. Okay. So content brush generator. So we need to make the brush now. It's kind of almost the same really as this. Content brush type, prefab. Level path thumbs. Data path. Is it text file, brush path brush? That's game board content. All right. So let's see if this gets called. Brush data path. Is the test prefab. So this is the prefab that we actually want to make the thumbnail out of. Can we actually load it? We can. Brush instances. Grass. Right. Awesome. So we do have the content. So for some reason we didn't get it. We'll just return. And now we're setting like the brush origin. Because this is where we want it. Yeah, this is where we want to. We actually need the bounds for the game board content. That's very important because that's what we're going to use to generate the thumbnail. Like this is the camera to capture the thumbnail. Don't even know if that's a thing. Right. This is old code. Which doesn't take into account the new content brush instances that we've been making. So it's just building a bounding box really. So for auto instance in brush instances, is it? Brush instances. Brushes instances is called. Brush instances really. Don't have the bounds, so we need to go auto brush equals cc get to get the actual brush that the instance comes from. Brush ID. Do you still get a little bit confused? Still get a bit confused by some of your code. So what happens with me is I forget how things work. So I'll write something and I'll come back to it couple of weeks later, and I'll be like, how does this work again? And then you have to kind of go through and familiarize yourself how it works. So I tend to be, these days I'm more rigid on like how I design systems really. So I'll be like, oh yeah, I've designed it this way, therefore I'll immediately know kind of the design. So like what's a good example of that? So if I want to render some content, so on the game board, so like content can be really anything you want. What I'll do is I'll make a renderer. I'll make a content renderer. Where is it? What's it called? I make a content brush instance renderer, which only works on content brushes, right? Which is what this thing says. It's like only going to work on the. So I define what a content brush is. So when I make a new type of content brush, I'll define a new one of them brushes, and then this will fire, which means you need to write this code to make this work. And what it's saying is I need to make a instance renderer for that content brush. So that's what I tend to do now. I like try and write systems that follow that pattern if I can. They're like kind of like this, you know, the day-to-day kind of like looking at stuff. Like I can read the code fine, you know. I don't get confused by that, but I do get confused about the, you know, the like the macro systems sometimes. Like, how does this work? So you have to spend a bit of time reading that. I think that just happens as your code gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Like there's only so much you can fit in your head at once, you know. But you get better at it the more you practice. Okay. So get bounds. So I'll get the brush, and the brush has in it bounds. So if there's not a brush, continue, which means that there wasn't a brush to be found. But brushes do have bounds in them, and we could just use that, I believe. But it has to be it actually has to be translated to the instance position. I think this is the bounds of the brush with 0, 0 in the bottom left corner of it. So you have to translate it to where the instance is. And then we can just add that to the bounding box. The bigger it gets, the more you better begin leaving notes. Leaving notes on my codes. Like, notes are very good when you're learning, that's for sure. Yeah. I personally would call them comments, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like, they're very good when you're learning, and then you become to depend on them less the more experience you get, because you can write code in a way that is self-documenting. Do you know what I mean? So you know what it does without having to leave a note. That'll come though. That comes with experience, really. And then there's different situations. Like, if I was going to hand this code off to somebody else, it would be worth my while having some good documentation. and you spend a little bit more effort commenting things. But this is my code that I'm just going to be me that uses it, so I can just read it fine, you know. I do occasionally have comments. My comments tend to be a couple of different types of comments, so I'll have like do this, and then I have leak, a memory leak here. And what that says like, so memory leak is where you lose access to the memory, which is generally considered a bad thing because you can't reuse it. So if you have too many memory leaks, then your system will run out of memory, essentially, your PC. But sometimes you do have memory leaks, and this just is like, yeah, I know there's a memory leak here, but it's fine. Don't need to worry about it. And then I have note, like your notes. I think it's called note. And note is like, this looks really, really weird, but this is, you know, if I wouldn't be able to read what it does, I'll put a little note to say like, this looks weird, but it's just doing this. Just throw my car machines at it. Yeah. Just buy more RAM. Buy a bigger hard drive. I'll need a comment per line. Oh yeah. It's definitely good for when you're learning, because you can explain in English what you're trying to do, and then you can try and do it, or your language if you're not English. I wouldn't know how to spot leaks yet. Looking for leaks. Yeah, leaks is not. I don't think leaks particularly is a thing in Python, actually. I don't think really. You probably can leak memory somehow. But if you get more lower level towards the real PC, memory leaks do become a thing. If I was to, for instance, load an image, say I was to load a 4K image, which is hundreds of megabytes, and then just left it, you know what I mean? Like, didn't bother looking at it ever again. That's like 400 megabytes that your systems can't use ever again until you end your program. And if your program is something that runs for a long time, all of a sudden someone who might have 8 gigabytes of RAM has got 7.5 gigabytes of RAM now. Not English American. Yeah. Yeah, I count that as English. Speak English language. One of the guys I had on my team thought like that. I think he mentioned it before. A particular system he created, our SDK, required 1 gigabyte of RAM when it should only use 10 megabytes. Yeah. Get better machines. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, when I talk about a leak, I'm talking about like, this is like 30 bytes and I'm stomping over the top of it. And it's only going to happen like once. That's okay to leak that. That's fine. But yeah, if you've got like a lot of... If you're leaking a big thing, it isn't fine. Yeah, you probably can do it in Python somehow. You can do it with C#. I think you can leak memory in C#. Although it's very difficult. $30 megs versus 1 gig. Yeah, this for 30 bytes, so it's like tiny bit of thing. Yeah. Yeah, crazy, eh? Well, I have other things. I think they're the 3 things. So that's 3 times I'll comment. But I'm not commenting like this function generates the bounding box for the content, because you kind of know what it does. just get bounds. It might be a nice comment for like, this is in world space. Because when you're doing graphics, you've got multiple different coordinate systems. So there's like screen space, which is like the pixels on the screen. So like 0, 0 would be up in the top left-hand corner of the screen. But then you have another coordinate system called world space, which is the position in the world, in the physical world that you are making. So like the position of this house in the world will have a world space. So you could have put a comment, but like, this is in world space. But the better thing to do would be just call it get world bounds or something, which I don't do either. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Okay. So let's build that. And what I might do to test this is the real bounds is just draw it in the level somewhere. I was just going to go through and calculate the bounds. So what I'm going to do is in the game board content, which we're already in, draw somewhere, draw. I'm just going to go, see, this is a little comment because what I'm trying to do is convert all this code. I'm not going to be able to get all of it, I don't think, into these 3 lines here. So I'll say this, I'll have a temporary thing. This is a comment, so I know it's temporary code, which means my intention was, when I wrote it, was for it to be deleted. Which I find that's very useful if you get into the habit of using that. So I'm going to go auto bounds equals get bounds. And then canvas draw quad outline in world bounds. Draw like it red or something. We'll just check this is actually working. It looks kind of wrong to me. It's definitely wrong because there's a sound there that's not been included. And that guy's half in there. Why would that be wrong? So the grass bounds that's the bounds of a grass. That's the bound. Okay. So it's not the brush bounds, it's the instance bounds I want. Which is much more complicated to actually get. No, it's only for the grass. It's only for the grass, I think. So that's the brush bounds, which is different. what I want is the actual content bounds, which is this, which is currently set at 0 for some reason. Oh no, it's the instance grass. It's that bounds that I want. Right. So I kind of think for the instance I actually need a get bounds call. Get bounds. Right. Which makes it easy. No. With each brush instances, bb.add arg get bounds. That's all that happens with that now. Yeah. So we need to actually implement this. It's going to be different for each data type. That's the thing. Here it is. It's kind of this. And we want just get brush instance bounds like that. Oops, if you haven't written yet. We need the brush. Probably do need the brush. So we're going to do rect result. Turn the result there. Result is that there. Return the result there. So get brush instance bounds. We need to implement that for each of the types of brush instance. So let's say use content brush, which I think is the right concept. Yeah. Brush type rect get brush instance bounds canvas we probably don't need Z. We probably don't need canvas either. We don't need offset. So we just need content brush. So that's the brush. And that's probably const. And content brush instance. Right. But we want to specialize it for the different ones, the different types of brush types. So I'll do this. Hopefully, it should just tell us all the things we need to implement. It doesn't actually tell us the maybe it needs to be a structure. It doesn't quite work the same way with free functions as it does with classes and structures. Okay. Oh, we just want one for each of the brush types anyway. There's only 3. That one, and that one. Sprite sheet tile content. For that one, and that one. Animated with content 2, sound content 2. And these all need to be like this. Okay, so we can separate it by what type of content it is. Sprite sheet tile content has also sprite sheet data in it. So we need put it here. Template sprite sheet data. Rect get brush instance get sprite brush sprite sheet data instance bounds. It's quite a long name. And we'll just do const sprite sheet data. So that's not implemented. And then, so for each of this, we want to go through the sprite sheet data. Sprite sheet data types. For each type in sprite sheet data types, so that's rect result, and we'll just return the result. So I'm going to say we're going to get the type back out like this. And then we want to say if instance auto data equals instance get data t. doesn't have get data. Oh, we need to get the content. Brush. Get content. No, instance, sorry. Sprite sheet tile content. Should be it. Type for me. So the content exists. It should be this because we're calling it on this, you know. That's content get data. Let's get data. Let's not get content. Oh, it's the brush content. Oh. Wait. It's on the instance actually. Yeah, no. It's content brush data. It's not actually on the brush, it's on a different thing. It's content brush data types, that's what we're doing it on. Maybe we don't pass in the brush then. Change that. Just pass in the instance like that. Yeah, that's correct now. So we want one for each of these actually. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. So I'll take that back, we don't need to do this. So it's just the instance, not the brush. Take that away. It's actually a bit more simple. I thought. Figured out one of the reasons shooting space faders want the smooth. Alright, cool. Or at least a culprit. The way I have spacebar and the M1 mouse function assigned seems to be throwing each other off. Oh great, that sounds good. Input's like one of the things in it. It's like hard to get it feeling really good, I think. Alright, so it's one for one of them. 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 It's all the different types of content there is. Whoops. Getting bounds is fairly involved because there's so many different types of brushes, and each one has a different bounds, you know. Oh, I've changed the wrong blooming thing there. Okay, so there is no is content. Has data, that's what it is. So essentially now we've got a routine for each of the different types of data that we can have in the level. And we can calculate the bounds for each one. So let's go through them then. So for normal sprite sheet data, we need to get the brush. Well, we're going to go auto brush equals instance cc get content brush instance brush ID. If we don't have the brush, we return false. Not false, we return the result. If we do have the brush, the result is equal to brush bounds translate instance position. With a big T and translate. So I'm going to actually probably test this out one by one. So that requires me to first check in all of the code, and then we're going to delete the level, and we're going to add one normal sprite content data thing into it. So we'll delete the level. Whoops. Okay, yeah. See you later. So we'll put these barrels in. Okay, so we need to actually, so we'll save that, offset it by the origin, minus instance.origin. There we go. So now if we just add more barrels, it should just keep calculating the bounds. Right, so that's the work. That works for normal sprite content. Sprite window content data. Okay. Have I ever worked with WAS API? Audio session events? No, I haven't. No. Let me have a quick look. Windows Audio Session API. Interesting. So this is like for MIDI keyboards and things. Am I familiar with COM? I mean, I use a bit. Yeah, I wouldn't say I was familiar with it. Audio engines in general. Right. Audio endpoint device. The only kind of sound stuff that I'm familiar with is X Audio and direct sound as well. Cool. It sounds good though. It sounds like you could build something like, it's for like building something like Pro Tools or something like that, or Logic. Audio, about to switch to X Audio 2. Oh really? Is it giving you, what problems is it giving you? Compiler keeps saying it's abstract, even if define all the methods. Oh right. Are you using Visual Studio? Because there is a little tool in it for automatically implementing all of the. This is X Audio. I'm pretty sure it can be like implement pure virtual methods. Click this little spanner thing. It should do it. NeoVim. Ah, okay. That's weird. You must have missed some off. It's worth noting as well that like if this is pure, if there's a base to this, that also might have pure in it as well. So you might have to implement that, you know, like one step up as well, possibly. That might be, maybe it's the base class of that is missing. There's another class that works fine. Oh, weird. That is weird. They both inherit from the same base. Yeah, that's the compiler, isn't it? That rather than the API that's complaining. Have you got all of? Definitely got all of the spelling and everything correct. I'm sure you have. Doesn't help that they actually do it in this weird way. You know what I mean? If this is a thing that you have to use, like why not just do it properly? I'm not really a fan of the, you know, they've swapped to doing this, haven't they? To doing this kind of like inheriting, creating, deriving off their interfaces. Didn't used to be like this. And I don't think it's as good, personally. So what is the exact compiler error? What is the compiler error? X Audio's been alright though. If you want to swap to that, it's actually pretty straightforward. I don't know if it really does what you need though. Maybe it does. It's probably not exactly the same as this Wasabi. Was API, Wasabi, like Wasabi. Where's the X Audio dude's playing? Oh, good. Yeah, no problem. You can send me a whisper with that error in if you want, and I'll read it. Red Lobster using AI. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over what ads get shown. I'm sorry. Red Lobster. So is Red Lobster an American brand? Don't think we have it here in England. So X Audio 2 runs on top of WAS API. Really? Didn't know that. Or is it the other way around? I'm not sure. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, this is low level, isn't it? This is super low level. Generated by this hardware clock of the audio device. Yeah. So you don't have to do stuff like this in X Audio. Might be more straightforward, maybe, for you. Red Lobster serves seafood. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I've not heard of that in the UK. Although people do love lobster here. Isn't it mentally using AI on the ads? So we had, believe it or not, in not my hometown, but the town next to my hometown, which is not very big. Will Smith came and played, and like the Will Smith, and it's a tiny town. And then he posted some video of the concert after, and they'd covered all the characters, all of the audience faces with like AI generated faces, which was really weird. You know, like when you're on Instagram after the gig or whatever, when they're posting videos of the gig, which was really weird. Like, just show the people's faces, real people's faces. I'm sure they were having a good time. You didn't need to have like AI auto generated smiles. Yeah, I honestly not heard of this before. Cool though. Thanks for showing me it. Yeah, like if you want to play sounds with X Audio, I think it's quite straightforward. I'm sure you know if you know about it. If you don't want to, it's a bit more complicated if you want to stream them. But if you just want to play them, I think it's quite straightforward. This code's quite old. I mean, I couldn't really tell you really what it... I know it streams OGG data into X Audio. So yeah, June 24, I've got a comment. It's a couple of years old, a year and a bit old. Right. That's what we were doing. Getting bounds of things. Sprite window data. So let's just draw. So sprite windows are things that get painted in at like consistent UV in world space. But what I mean by that is things like floors. Oh, need a layer. So if I paint some floor in, save that. And then we should be running this code now. Yeah. So it's all the masks, and the masks have bounds. This is awesome. This is going to be quite straightforward, I think. Timber, hey, how's it going? It's going all right, you know. I'm rewriting kind of what it's turned out to be the content generation for game levels. So when you want to make levels, and this one's nice. This one's good. This one's a lot better than the old one, I would say. Delete called on session notifications. This abstract has a non-virtual destructor. This abstract but has a non-virtual destructor. That is abstract. Delete called on something that is abstract but has non-virtual destructor. So is session notifications your class or theirs? If it's yours, you need to make it virtual. My compiler is clown. If session notifications is yours, make the destructor virtual. That's what I think it's complaining about. Yeah. So make the constructor, even if it's pure, it sounds like it's pure virtual. Make it. Well, you should have the virtual keyword if it's pure virtual. You need a virtual keyword there, I think, on the destructor. It might be implicitly there. You might not have defined it, but it's implicitly there. So you need to actually define it as virtual. Possibly. Top of my head. And the reason I notice it to be AI is when plastic is not melting. When plastic is not melting. Didn't know that's a thing. Yeah, I think so. I think it is. It needs to know. So the compiler needs to know how to chain destructors together So it needs to, when you put the virtual keyword, it includes it in the v table, so the compiler can put that, can call it, can chain it together. Yeah, I would say. Is that all right? Yeah, nice one. Yeah, hopefully it's all right. See if it actually compiles. Yeah. All right. So we need to get out sprite window content data. Okay. Auto data instance. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. Anytime, like if you've got compile errors, and I'm just give me a whisper on Twitch and I'll help you out. That's no problem. Digital wizard. Yeah, a digital wizard. I did have a big beard. Well, big. I had more of a beard yesterday. I shaved it off because I went out for a meal last night. But I was more wizardly yesterday than I am today. I'm just waiting for the grey to come, and then I'm never going to shave again and have a beard down here. Been racking your brain for a couple of days. Yeah, difficult in it because you need to. You might not have even written the destructor. That's the thing. So it's like, but this code doesn't exist in my source file. What's going on? Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why Tolkien's wizards were old men. Because they're obviously, like, I'm a Tolkien nerd. Because they're like Maya. So they're angelic beings, but Tolkien made them old men. Because old men are more friendly than big, powerful, angelic beings. And that's what I'm going for. Not really, not really. All right. Sprite window content data. We should assert that we have it. I tend to not do asserts anymore. Whatever, doesn't matter. So this init has all of the masks, and the masks have bounds in them. So what we're going to do is, this is going to be a bounding box or a bounding rect. So with each data masks, is it called? Yeah. We'll just do bb.add arg.bounds, and then result is the bounding box. From const. Does that not work? Get data is not constant. That's the problem. Okay, so these can't actually be const, unfortunately. Missed one. What is the problem? Yeah, by the way, Ben. Out of sync, really. How many seconds? Sync's fine for you. So this is a new computer. This is like day 2 of using this computer. So there's going to be problems, I'm sure. Three to 4 seconds. Sync's fine for bopples. I don't really know. Refresh your browser, okay. I don't know, yeah. So I'm doing a couple of things differently. I'm streaming 440p, 1440p. And I've got today I've got this in the enhanced broadcasting on. Which I don't really know what it is. I think it's to do with like how it encodes the broadcasting. YouTube is fine. Yeah, weird. Sorry. Now this is complaining about something. Loses qualifiers. Because this is const. Well, that's quite annoying. Talking happening. Nice. Okay, with each. That's obviously... Okay, so now it's transform. Well... Gonna have to do that. Undeployed type added to bounding box, it says. Why is this being so nitpicky? Arg.bounds, so mask. Oh, it is an integer. Where are we? So that's like this actually, and that's bm cast rect bb get rect. There we go. Why was that so hard? Anyway. Don't look at my lips, please. Look at the code. The code's the good stuff, not my face. Wait till I have my giant wizard beard first. I'm going to grow a giant moustache so you can't even see my lips moving. I'll just be like, you won't know if I'm talking or not by looking at me. Right. We've got a bounding box, but it's wrong. It's not wrong. Here's the thing. These sprite windows are actually kind of like this big. So this is divided into 4. And this is an alpha mask. So I think that's probably right. Even though the bounds are way off the actual bounds of the... and I don't really want to... I think it would be way too... Well... To generate the real bounds would be like a recursive. How would you do it? It'd be like a recursive, you know, you'd have to like divide the box up. Maybe I should do it, I don't know. Divide the box up. Is there any pixels in it? If there are, divide those boxes up. Are there any pixels in it? There are. Divide those boxes up. Are there any pixels in it? There are. Which would be slow. But it could happen when we paint the actual... We have like a way of calling back into the painter at the end of the paint. And it could generate the bounds there. Just like the, I think the grass does that. Is that a ground texture? Yeah. What am I doing? So you can like paint ground on. And then like grass on, or some kind of light or something. Try and get that looking quite nice. Light. Yeah, this is the level editor. So this is what I'm kind of working on at the moment. Level editor. I'm redoing it. Like all this did actually work before. It just wasn't. It was hard for me to change. That was what the problem was. And then I'm making a game as well with the engine. I'm about to like get off pre-production of that game onto the actual real game. And I don't want to get like a year into developing a real game and realize that the level editor is making it really hard for me to add new types of content in to the engine. So I'm deciding to redo it. Oh, have a good lunch, my Fu Manchu. I need a banana actually. I'm quite hungry. I haven't had breakfast this morning. I went out last night for food to a nice restaurant. And then I ate so much I didn't actually need to eat breakfast. Being able to paint on texture sounds cool. Yeah, it's limited. I mean, I could work on it and work on it and work on it. And then be able to paint all sorts like shadows and stuff. I might do painting shadows in. So that might be a thing that I want to add in the future. So I'm like a year into development of the game and like, right, I want to be able to paint shadows. And then it'd be a rigmarole. It'd be a problem. Like it'd take me, because the old level editor would have been harder for me to do it. Whereas now it would be really easy to just add in a different, like paint shadows. Obviously the painting of the shadows bit might be more complicated. Had a Mountain Dew for breakfast. Delicious. That's all you need right there. It's real Mountain Dew, right? From the morning dew of the mountains. That's what it is. I'm only joking. I know what it is. I know what it is. So we could write a little routine to actually calculate the real bounds. Might be interesting. It's gonna be how would you do it quickly? It doesn't need to be really fast. It could just happen when I release the mouse button after painting. I've got a little routine that could fire. So I could when you release the mouse button, it just calculates the bounds just as it wants, and that's the bounds. Which I could do, and it's going to really help for the thumbnail. The whole point of this is to generate a thumbnail of the level. So we'd have to load the mask. We could do it right here. So for the mask and data masks, nothing gets the brain pumping like sugar and colour dyes yet. Offer me advice, that's no problem. No problem at all. Doesn't matter you're a beginner really. At all. Somebody had some great advice and they were a beginner. I think they were a beginner. So I'd do something like image IM and then do like im.read from file, and then he was like, call it img. And now I do that because I think that's better than IM. That was good advice. And that's what I do. I call it IMG now. Oh, let's do IMG. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not shy for any criticism. That's totally fine. Okay. So we need to get the mask. Auto texture. Yeah, alright. Sorted. Good. Alright. Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Lovely. There's no IntelliSense, which is a shame. Oh, it's path, isn't it? It's path. Mask.path. Get something or other. It's really broke. The IntelliSense doesn't work at all. Path.file. Just path. Do it my way, and sometimes people find different ways than others find. Oh yeah, developing a unique style, I think it's important. You know, if it's style, you can talk about someone's style and you can say do it one way or do it the other way, but that's a bit more subjective. Some things are just genuinely objectively better, but not much really to do with style. So this is the texture. So yeah, thank you. That's great. I'm just getting tea made for me. It's awesome. We have a texture. If there's no texture, we can continue. What we need to do now with this texture is see if there are any alpha, see if any of it is set. Apart from there's no IntelliSense, so it might be easier to get it as an image because an image has got more kind of routines on it. Like iterate pixels. So what we kind of want is like to get image views out. Does view have? Really need my IntelliSense to come back. Iterate pixels on it. Has get pixel and set pixel, which is good enough really. So for auto x equals view.x. Don't know why it can't work out that this is an image. Right. I think we can just, it might be this. There we go. Get x. X is less than view. Well, let's get the bounds of it. That might be easier. So we're going to go, we'll do y first. Y equals bounds dot y, or top. Y is less than bounds dot bottom. Y plus plus. For auto, x is the bounds dot left. X is less than bounds dot right. X plus plus. So that's just going to go through each pixel in the view. Found upon that I use GPT for helping me to learn. I feel it's cheating a lot since it gives immediately answers. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. VS Code does have Copilot. Tab complete. I don't think it's cheating. There is no cheating. You know, you either are going to be good at coding or you aren't. You can't cheat your way to be good at coding. You know, it's just a tool like anything else. All the answers are also in the back of any textbook that you would get on it. Do you feel guilty for not thinking of it myself? Don't worry about that though. You know, coding's a long journey. just get exposed, you know. Get into it any way you can. And if that means using ChatGPT, that's totally fine. Or Copilot or anything. How dare people be so smart? Yeah, I mean, only judge yourself against yourself. I mean, that's just good advice, I think. But especially for programming. Because it's so easy to get overwhelmed. And you know, you get overwhelmed, and you also get that syndrome, what's it called? Where you just think that everyone's better than you, and it makes you just not able to focus. Imposter syndrome, that's it. You get imposter syndrome with it. If I know I can do it, then it can be done. Fear of missing out. Yeah, you get that as well. But it's mostly imposter syndrome, I think. You can get that where you're just like, oh, I'm not good enough for this. And it's like, it doesn't matter. You don't judge yourself against anybody else. Only yourself. People who get into programming, right, it's a lifelong endeavor for people who get into it. There are a lot of people who try it and it's not for them, but for people who actually get into it, it's a lifelong endeavor, you know. It's like, and it has to be like, it's a good enough discipline to last your entire life, which means that it's hard, you know. There will always be people better than you, but that's probably only because they're older than you and they've been doing it longer. That's the only thing that separates it. Get bored easily. Yeah. So there'll be two things. Like, if you get bored of coding, which is totally fine and it's not for you, that's fine. But then if you get bored of the thing you're working on, one of the great things about coding is it's enormous and there's loads of things to learn. So unless you're bored of coding itself, then you can always change all the time. Different languages, different things in the language to learn, different things to write, you know. That's one of the reasons I really like it, is it's just an endless pit of stuff to do all the time. Memorizing a lot of the concept, yeah, there's a learning curve. There is a learning curve. So one of the things I find is that gives you cotton wool brain. People who are new to coding, it doesn't, not even if you're new, it happens all the time. It's very hard to walk away from something that's not working. So you just keep trying for hours and hours and hours, and you get cotton wool brain, and that makes people quit. So you need to get into the habit of walking away, trying to just do an hour a day. You don't need to do 5 hours a day. And then if you can get into that habit, you'll not quit, basically. You'll enjoy it, and then you'll get over that learning curve. Yeah, that's it. It's really taxing on your brain. You get cotton wool brain. You like really are building new neurons all the time with it. And you'll find it, like, if you get into it enough, it really it programs your brain to like solve problems. Like, you get feelings of like how you might solve a problem, even if it's not even with a coding problem. Your brain becomes good at it. So it is really useful in that way, I find. But you have to build those neurons first, and that takes a lot of work, you know. So you do it, you do it, you don't do it for 5 hours a day because your brain will just be exhausted. For sure. Right. So this is, so we can get the pixel. Get pixel X and Y. What does this actually return? Just the T, just the pixel. What does this? What is this? View bounds rect U. That should be fine then. So what's going on there? Const. See, are we const still? No. Could not do. Oh, we need to say what kind of pixel it is. There we go. Hopefully knowing maths, physics, science helps. Yeah, does. Definitely. Coding, geometry I'll need work with. But I do know geometry, yeah. Maybe you'll go down the graphics game route. All those things are there. That's a good application. One of the things I like maths, I'm like a maths guy. It's like the perfect application of maths is programming, especially programming games and game engines. It's like, what a great application of maths. You know, it takes it off the whiteboard and you can actually make stuff with it. It's really good. So that gets the pixel, and all we have to say is if it's set, then there's stuff in it, basically. Yeah, you must use algebra, which is good. Fall apart calculus, need to push it on it all. Well, it depends on what you're making. Game engines is lots of linear algebra, which is a subset of algebra to do with like Euclidean coordinate geometry, basically. So, you know, X, Y, Z. Physics, bunch of physics. If you're doing things like the cloth, I have a cloth. I have a cloth simulation in the engine. Run it. This might take too long. This is quite a hefty function. This. No, it's fine. That's awesome. So this is some cloth. So this is like a good application of maths. This will just like blow around in the wind. What else is there? You do calculus as well, but the thing about computers, of course, is they're not continuous. Math, like calculus, is really usually a continuous. It's for continuous data. And you don't really have continuous numbers, number line or whatever on a computer. So it's all approximation all the time. But you do calculus. You know, you'll do a lot of calculating velocities, for instance. If you're doing like, you know, we want to calculate the velocity of something, going across the screen. But anything you can think of, really. Again, like, game engines have it all, really. Pretty much. Fluid dynamics. A lot of it. I watched a new James Bond game. There's a new James Bond game coming out by the guys who did Hitman. And there's one part in that gameplay trailer where the car jumps off a ramp and it goes through some smoke. And the smoke looked like, if it was real time, it had real time fluid dynamics in it. The smoke like curled away from the car and stuff naturally, which I thought was really awesome. Alright. So we need a routine called something like is set. And it's going to take an image view, like this, which is just going to do this. And then we're just going to say if is set image do something. Image like this. Okay. What we want to do is we want to actually divide the image into 4. So we will have pointer to the image. I'll point it to the view. How do we want to do this? Yeah. So we want to do auto view. No. Image view. View equals image. And then we want to point it to it. So we want to do pointer to the view is the address of the view. And then this has to get sent in like that. Reminds me of a science video I watched the other day with cards that threw smoke and recorded it. Yeah. That's exactly it, yeah. So they'd obviously, like, some clever clogs had put that in their game engine. And it's like quite a well understood problem, but what is hard is making it run in a real-time game. That's what's hard. Because it's quite computationally expensive. So if it's set right, so you want like a little label here, top. And then if it's set, we want to divide it into 4, the view into 4. So we're going to go pview is pview get, well, I'm going to say auto p old view is the pview, and then pview is p old view get view. So we want O bounds left, O bounds top, O bounds width, O bounds height. So that's XY. And that's over 4. So this gets the top corner of it. Can't get a view of a view. Maybe we could just do it the original image. I'm sure I can get a view of a view. Do on the original image. What do we want? What is this? It only takes, I think it takes a rect U. And then we just want to go to top. Maybe we do this properly recursively, you know. Just thinking of trying to do it quickly. Yeah, we'll do it properly recursively. We won't do it like this. Okay, so we need some more stuff. So auto run. View, and that returns the rect. That's just going to return the bounds. So if you set view then we need to go auto bounds equals view dot get bounds, and then we want to go we'll have bounding rect, I think maybe. So we want to do the old view as well, the old bounds. So if it's set like that. So we want to get the bounds. Say if bounds area is greater than 1, well, we need to divide it into 4, don't we? If you set view and last bounds dot area is greater than 1, greater equal to 4, I think. We get the bounds, and then we're going to go this actually returns void, I think. We want to do run, oh, what is it, self. Okay, now what we want is the auto, so the top left is going to be bounds.x, bounds.y, bounds.width over 4, bounds.height over 4. So we'll calculate all of them. It's 4 quadrants. Alright. Top right is So we want width and height, I think. Plus width. So we're just going to do +0 to make it monospace. Bottom left, +0, plus height, plus width, plus height. So they're the 4 bounds. Then we want to do self. We want to get a view. So self, view, get view, top left, bounds, bounded box. Top right, bottom left, bottom right. Okay. So we're going to do bounding box or bounding rect, U, BB, and then we're just going to go run image, image get bounds probably, bounding box. Direct U. No matching call operator found. What's the problem then? Oh, they're optional. So if this works, that actually calculates the bounding box of it properly. This is very it's kind of expensive. We'll see. Okay. So I was checking that something is set in the main image. I'm going to create 4 bounding boxes. It's divided by 2, not divided by 4. And then we're going to check it for this next view, which is not set. You all right? Okay, yeah. which could be true. Don't want to add the last bounds in. Ooh. We want to add let's just get rid of this for a second. What we want to do is we want to say if the area is equal to 1, so if not is set view, return area is greater than or equal to 4, else set the last bounds, or even this bounds. Then we don't even need last bounds. It's even better. We're going to run through again, so that's not set, so we return it. That is set, so we're going to go down again. That's not set. It's not set. That's not set. That's not set. Okay, so let's just run this. We'll do result is equal to the bounding box and see what happens, as long as it doesn't crash. It's BM cast rect. So it just whittles out little parts of the image, basically, if it works. Got 128, 128 there. That seems wrong. Why is it 128? That seems wrong. Let's try again. I'll take a 2-minute break. Go and use the loo. I'll be back soon. Yeah. So I think the actual algorithm seems right. It must be the is set routine that's not working. For some reason. So let's get pixel. I need actually to turn this filter off so I can actually see what get pixel does. That seems kind of right to me. So we're getting a view of a view. Don't know if that is maybe not right. Let's actually pass in the... So this is maybe image. Maybe that's what it is. Image is undeclared identifier. It's here then. So we need to pass in the image. So this is just image, there's no star there. What's going on now? There is stars here though. That seems legit. That seems legit. That seems legit. So, need a bounding box here as well. That can straight up just be, okay. Call this BBU. So this needs to get translated. So this is in pixels. This needs to actually get put into world space. So how do we do this? It's bounds equals bounds divided by a world unit calculation. And then bounds.y. I can't remember what it is. Where's the other bounding box? Oh, here. Okay. So that's it apparently. And then we need to translate it. Plus equals mask dot bounds dot xy. Maybe that's it, not sure. So we'll do bb dot add bounds like that. And then the result is bb dot get rect. Just bb. See what that looks like. Nearly. It's nearly right. It's flipping the Y. I don't know which way around it is. Oh, maybe it's image. Yeah, image height. Which is actually mask.bounds.height. Maybe that's what it is. No, that's the same. Kind of looks too long as well. It's taking a while. It's only running at 18 frames a second. Okay, it's definitely got the width right. The height is wrong. I'm not sure about flipping it there. That width looks kind of bang on. To the pixel. The height is wrong though. What am I doing wrong then? Is this it's probably this this calculation somehow. Height is like 5 units, it says. High. Let's just do one of them. That's going to be easier, I think. Put that break there so we only execute it on one mask. Well, that's flipped. That's meant to be there, I think. That's probably it. So that's meant to be there. So we do need to do this flip, whatever this flip is. Bounds.y minus maybe it's this height. Don't really know what to call it. Minus BB get height. Different. Okay, this is BB begin. I just need names. Just need names for them. BB begin. Okay, nope, that's not right. BB begin. Get height. It says Y is minus 24 there. So it's like down there. So that's, yeah, that is definitely wrong. Maybe it's this way around. Never remember which way around the flipping the Y is. It's up there now. So it's nothing to do with that. Maybe it's just bounds.height. No, it is bounds.height, but it's just minus it. Thinking about it, if that's right. So here's the thing, this can be async as well. We can actually run this on multiple threads, which we'll probably do after we've got the algorithm working. Right, it's that way around. I think that looks right now. That's just a plus equals like that. Let's run it for all of them. It's too big though. Let's go 4, 2, M1, data masks, I think it is. Let's just go through the masks. That kind of seems wrong. That second mask. There. It hasn't cut them out. Third mask. Oh, hang on. That's M. Let's try that again. You got that wrong. Okay. One to two. That's what we wanted. So we'll just go auto n equals 1. And that's n plus 1. So this is mask number 1, which seems wrong. So it is set. So it's saying the top right pixel is set. Okay, which is definitely the top left pixel, sorry, which is definitely not actually true. I mean, it's FF. Okay, so that means, because that's this pixel, it is still being drawn in the wrong place. Okay. Need to figure out this calculation, man. This whole thing's working, I believe. I need to turn this thing back on. All right. So the first one is definitely set. Top left of the image is not set. Top right of the image is set. So we'll divide that into 4. When we start getting down here, we need some more visualization, really. So we're going to do Get game canvas. Oh, it needs to go. We need to do the world calculation as well. Here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do T array. Well, let's just do get game canvas. Draw quad outline. View. Get bounds. 1 pixel. Red. Or purple or something. Let's just see if I can line this up. This is going to actually... Oh, we don't know about game canvas. It's not game canvas either. So we could actually just I don't know. We do need the canvas because we need to be able to do some debug drawing now so we can see it. Okay, well, let's just pass in the canvas then. Oh, let's just do this. And then before we're going to do this, this needs to go above get bounds. So just don't know what canvas we're getting. This is happening in a different place, I think. Is it happening? No, it is happening here, look. So let's do this, and then we'll do this, and now we have at least have a canvas to draw things with. So let's do draw quad outline. going to try and draw the regions in the game. Fail. The regions in the game, the regions on the level that fail, there's no pixels in them at all. I'm going to test this widget because it doesn't seem to be working. No, it is. I'm just not hearing it. So they're up here, so we just need to actually align it. Okay, that's totally right then. Look at that. It aligns straight up with it. They're all the ones that failed. Which is like, looks pretty perfect. So what I want to know is why that is happening. So let's also draw the image bounds, different color, like white. There we go. It's the world transformation. So we need to plus on that distance, which is the height minus the other height. So the plus on the image mask bounds height minus bounds height. That's what we need to do. That way around or the other way around. Add on, it's minus that. Actually, I think there we go. Now it's working. All right, brill. So let's see if this works for all of them. Just that one calculation, man. It's always a bit tricky to remember anyway. You do it quite a lot, just can never remember it. Ah, craziness. Okay. Still got some problems here. Might be mask.y. It might be mask bounds.bottom. Oh, no, not quite. This is bottom for both of them. No, it's not that. Ah, man. It worked. For one of them. Not for all of them. We'll get it right, though. So that is right. That one is right. Let's do 0. Where's that? That's there, isn't it? Okay. That needs to be like pulled up there then. So it's minus mask bounds.y. Nearly there now. Just get this one line of code right. That's the bottom. That's like mask bounds bottom, that what I was doing before. So that's kind of right. N equal 1. Let me just turn. That'll be fine. Where does that go? There. Yeah, we do the coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So that X and Y is off, which is not assuring at all. Not 256 256. Apparently. That's the whole thing fits. Even though we are drawing. We are drawing some things. Which means that some things are not set. On 6-6. So there is a pixel there. On 6-7. So it's saying it's a 256 by 256. So that's something wrong there because we are cutting off. Oh no, it is 256 by 256. It is right, it is right. The bound is. Which makes it 8 by 8. Mask bounds. -8, -8. So -8 to +8. So minus 80 to plus 80. I need to actually have something in the brush. Minus 8 to 0, 0. Oh, thank you. Very kind. Yeah, that's right. That is correct. Minus 8. The width is 8. So minus 8. The mask bounds is minus 8, minus 8. So there. Ah, it's here, look. Okay, that's why. So maybe this is bounds.y. Or mask bounds.y. Okay, let's just see if I can get this lined up again. Confusing me, this. So this one is actually down there, I think. Yeah, that's it. So we have to plus the height on, or minus the height off than that in that case. Maybe that's it, maybe that's it. Oh no. Wrong height. Mask bounds height. This is confusing actually. No, I have 2 there. No, that's not right, is it? That's totally not right. Did just minus mask bounds.y. So we just need to negate mask bounds.y from it. Mask bounds.height. To get that to line up properly. I'll add it on even. Because there's a negative there. If this is right. Oh, that looks right. Yeah. I've had them before, and they've not been right. For auto mask in data masks. It's interesting. It's like what you would think would be the complicated algorithm. This bit is it. The bit that's easy. The bit that's hard is just converting it into the correct units. It's really weird now because some of them work and some of them don't. That seems to be what it is. That is totally right. So that is the right coordinate transformation there. Oh, I wonder actually if we have to do that first. I don't know if that's it though. That still works. Let's try n equals 0. N equals 0 doesn't work. The right spot for it there. That's it. Is that right? It must be right there. Currently figuring out workarounds, and I need to complete RAM code. I'm getting the game to restart my loop and give quit and restart options if you die. Alright, yeah, nice one. I'm currently stuck on a coordinate transformation thing, unfortunately. This box just needs to be moved up there. Which is the height minus the box height. So I'm going to do this, this, yeah, this, this, this. So it's plus that whole height, which is mask bound's height, minus that height, which is just bounds.height. And those two cancel each other out. But that doesn't actually... Which is that? Now that is the correct box for there. Restart your loop. That's cool. Proper good game state there. That is the correct box as well. Okay, these are all coming in as the correct box now. So I need to... That's just gone away. And then we'll go for auto mask, data masks. I wonder if this will actually work. Doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? That's so strange. Some of them work, some of them don't. Go back then. So 3. To go through them all, maybe. I wonder how many masks there are. I might just draw them all the different colour, you know. There's 8 of them. So we'll just go through them. Or yeah, like these all seem good. Five. That looks wrong. So that one is wrong. Yeah, that one's wrong for some reason. To make that right, We need to add on that minus that minus, what is it? So we need that space there, which is that minus that. So it's the mask bounds bottom minus that type minus mask bounds y minus just bounds.y. Gives you that one. So it's mask bounds bottom. So what do we need to do? We need to shift it up. I want to shift it up by that amount. Which is mask bounds dot height. Which is bounds dot height minus that. Height even minus that. I'll shift it up there. Okay, so I need to add that on. Okay. That's not right. Did that build properly? So it's mask bounds bottom. What is it? It's, we want that distance there. So it's, oh, it's in world space. That's the problem. Yeah, so it's y, that minus, that distance there is that minus that. So it's mass bounds.y minus bounds.y. And that's gotta be added on. This is turning into something crazy. That's just 0. Can you imagine if it's just 0? Don't think it is though. It's not even... minus bounds.height. No, plus bounds.height. Right, so that works for that one. Does it actually work for any others though? So we're just plussing the bounds height there. Oh wait, no, we're not. Yes, it doesn't work for that one. I need to sit down and think about this. This is like... Right, I'm going to start again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw them all. If that will make any difference. Mask. In data, masks. We'll go for M in masks. Data, masks. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go canvas, draw quad in world, quad outline in world, result, no, bounds, and then I'm going to do pixels to world 1, color from hex, M. I'll just hash 32M in max. So that's just going to draw them all. Hopefully it'll make it easier for me to see the transform. They're kind of like spread out, aren't they? Doesn't really make me easy to make it easier to see. Let's just add on. So bounds.y plus equals mask.bounds.height. And I'm definitely now going to turn on this thing, because this is causing a little more time to actually, because it regenerating the brushes all the time. Hopefully I can get this before I need to set off at 4. I'm pretty sure that's the one that I've used all the time. Oh, it's similar. So that kind of is not actually right. Let's not do this either. That might be throwing us off. Okay. That probably puts them all to the very top corners. Of each thing they're working on. So this one, it's plus the height to get it up there, and then plus the mask height to get it up there, minus the bounds height. That makes all them fitting on the bottom, not on the top. But what's the difference then? Is that like where it goes through 0? It is where it goes through 0. So there's a thing there with it going through 0. Why is that a problem? So if it's less than 0, it's that. I've never known that before. And if it's greater than 0, we need to add on that. So we need to do plus height we need to add on that little thing there. So we need to take it off. So we need to do, what's that distance there? We need to minus the y coordinate. Not quite. What is it? We need to minus that distance there, so it's, which is that minus that, so it's minus so it's plus equal, so we need to minus, so that distance there plus equals bounds.y minus mask bounds.y. Yeah, well, it's confusing. God, it's still not it. Let's just try flipping these around. Make them height. This will be a straight flip. That's it. Why is that? So that's it. Why is that a thing? I'm not sure why that's a thing. Why it needs two different coordinate transformations, depending if it's above 0 or not. Anyway, let's see if this continues to work as we draw more floor. We're really going to stress the computer out. No. So that's the true bounds there. We should draw this. We should get rid of this as this is taking. This is submitting a lot of draw calls. That was quite painful actually, but so far so good. So we have the real bounds there. Let's try again. Let's try and update it. It's only running at 17 frames a second. See if it actually works. Okay, something happened there. That's gone off to infinity for some reason. X max 100, whatever that is. So what's gone on there? We're doing use. fine. For some reason now, that's causing a bounding box to appear in a massive on the X and Y there. Seems like an overflow error to me. Okay. Okay, so the area is 0. That's what it is. Yeah, so we're going to say if BPU area get wrecked, area is 0, continue. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. Alright, that seems good. It's very slow, 10 frames a second. Did it select it? No. It seems to be working though. It's obviously incredibly slow. Right, good. I'm happy. I'm not sure what's going on there. Why that has to be like that. So we've got 10 minutes. See if we can multi-thread this, I think would be a good thing to do. Got 10 minutes to do that. So it's this run really. So what we need is a bunch of bounding boxes, one for each mask. Yeah, Bopples, thanks for popping by. Yeah, have a good evening. I usually stream like Monday to Friday, something like that. But I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back on Thursday, so hopefully see you then. See you later. So we're going to go bounds array dot fill clear or fill construct. We want one for each mask's data. Masks count. Was it fill clear? What is it called? Just fill with. And then we want to go through each mask, and we want to go the bounding. So we want to go, well, run job, start with M and data. We don't have a result bounding box. Well, we do, but it's in the actual job. And that is equal to bounds array M. Like that. To kind of come in as well. And run as well. Oh. Let's just do this. That's return. That's return. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to flush the jobs. And then we want to go with each. So we want bounding rect. Result BB. I'm going to go with each of the bounds array. Result B dot add arg get rect. So this is actually a rectangle. Let's do result BB like that. And that's just arg. What's the problem here? The generator equals bound rect. Just fill. It's fill construct, I think. That's what I want. Why doesn't that work? Fill clear. Fill clear will work. No. It's for trivial types. It's fill construct. Rect. Why doesn't that work? That's so strange. That for a start. There's just no constructor arguments. That's what it is. It doesn't like it though. I'm gonna have to go in 1 minute. Okay, well, we'll do it the old school way. Or in data masks bounds array dot add in place. I have to fix that. I don't know why that doesn't work. Okay, so this is multi-threaded now. If this works, ooh, array index out of bounds 13. It's not a reference to everything. Data run bounds array. Okay, there we go. Alright, back up at 60 frames a second, doing it like this. See if you can stress out the GPU a bit, the CPU a bit. That little gap there is probably where it crashed once. It's stressing it out, look. 69%. It's a fast GPU, a fast CPU this. But the bounds is working. Well, that was a slog, but it's done. And we stressed the CPU out at the end, which was good as well. Okay. I'm gonna have to head off. Back on Thursday, back streaming Thursday. That was a good stream, apart from getting that blooming calculation right at the end. It confused me because I've never noticed that before. We've had two separate ones depending on if you're above or below the y-axis. Anyway, yeah. Fu Manchu, take care. And I'll hopefully talk to people on Thursday, 9:30ish British time. See you later.